Welcome to TaleLearnCode. Here there will be tales about software development, learning from each other, code to build solutions. And now your host, Chad Green.
Good evening, everybody. How's everyone doing? Hold on a second. Let me fix that. There we go. Maybe. Nope. There we go. Now we got the... Welcome, everyone. How's everyone doing this evening? Hope you all, or day, or depending on where you're coming from, hope everyone's having a wonderful time today. Apologize for the late start. Wife and I were actually just chilling out, watching a little TV, and the program went a lot longer than I was expecting it to. Yeah, now we're here. We're going to do some code, have some fun with that. So, kind of continue what I've been working on. Actually, I don't have any news for today. We're just going to go straight into the code here. I'm like, put the music back on. Yeah, we're going to go right back into code, but we're actually going to a similar thing but different. All right. So actually, let me get up a web browser. Now that I think about it. Because I was thinking about some things last night, and I was like, I think I actually need to make some changes, right, to what I was planning. So here, let's get to what am I trying to get to? GitHub. That's what I'm trying to get to. All right. Well, let me do one more thing. My computer was always love when the internet decides to blip, right as you're trying to get online, right? So here, let's go. I guess we'll get the music going a little bit different here. Apparently, try not to do music with here. You know what? Let's go with a different tune tonight. We'll do something different tonight. Hold on a second. I'm getting it loaded. All right, here we go. Something different. All right, so let's share my screen. And the other night we were working on this, and basically, so I have, I have BricksWIthChad. Hey Joe. So I'm noticing here for some reason chat is not working on OBS. There we go. Hey Joe, how you doing tonight? How you been doing? There's someone who I haven't been able to hear from for a while, thanks to COVID. So I have this BricksWIthChad channel. All right, so apparently one channel is not good enough for me. I'll say OBS is being slow to doing. There we go. I'm doing really well. It's been past month. It's been a lot of fun. A new job. So I've been learning a lot. Actually, this week I've been working on a prototype for what we're gonna for what company's gonna be building over the next like 2 years. So I've been having lots of fun. So I've got this BricksWIthChad channel. Actually, I think I was noticing something. Well, it doesn't matter. Where I do Lego bricks, right? And so we were working on some things, a Twitch bot, and really, hey Ryan, how's it going? Wow, this is so weird that my chat is not coming up correctly. Let's see here. I'm gonna try something here real quick. No, okay. Yeah, OBS is just having all kinds of fun tonight. All right. Well, with that consideration, I'm gonna move. Yeah, well, it's chat in OBS. I don't know. The video is going fine, but the chat windows definitely is not. So I'm just going to move it over here. Actually, I just thought of something. You know what I need to do? We'll see if we can keep it on tonight. We've got the alerts turned off right now because Wednesday, for the second stream in a row, we were hit by a follow bot, and that does all kinds of fun with the alerts. Oh, Joe's having the same problems. I don't, you know, like I say, every once in a while I see this with OBS. Normally, I don't normally see it like now. You know, like when I'm on stream. There we go. So we've got that. Yes, and no follow bots. And you know, sure enough, I forgot who we went to. Oh, we went to Coding Garden Wednesday night. I stuck around there for a while, but also went over to Callo Creations Twitch channel Wednesday night. He also was hit by a follow bot Wednesday night. So yeah, apparently, you know, I mean, I guess
Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hey Joe, thank you for following. Appreciate that. That's the reason why. Good, I turned the alerts back on. So yeah, so apparently I was in good company with as far as people being getting follow bots. So as you can see, I once again cleaned up my follower number. Otherwise, you know, it'd be showing 500 or 13,000, which, you know, it's great, except for it's more, you know, I have more followers than I have viewers, so that's obviously a problem. All right, so anyway, we were working on this. Actually, I mean, all the stuff that's in progress actually is done. I just wasn't moving over because I was going to do a pull request, and I just never got around to doing that, to move it over to the main. But and I was going to move it over to done. Well, last night I was starting to think about it as I was going to work on some other stuff, and you know, really more important, like the alerts, and thinking some more about the displaying OOS on the overlay, which we've got working. But I want to do something a little bit more with it, and I was thinking about some more of the commands and everything. And I think what I've come up to the decision, because basically what I've decided is I actually want to do some more stuff with OBS. All right, you know, some things, you know, I want to be able to control with OBS, and sure enough, one thing you can do with OBS is control with WebSockets. So there, you know, it is open for that. And I was playing with it last night, just seeing what you could do with it, and it works pretty well. All right, so there's a guy out there, Bar Raider. Actually, if you use Stream Deck, he builds a lot of the extensions for Stream Decks. But one of the projects he has out there is a library, you know, .NET library for working with the web sockets within OBS. And you know, I was playing with, like, you know, turning on and off sources and everything. You know, it actually works nicely, and I control a little bit more, right? So, and we can do some other things later on with it, right? It's like in the view for the way how we're going to work, the way how my overlay, it's not here yet, and tomorrow when I stream on BricksWIthChad, it won't be there yet, but I'm building a new overlay for that channel, because basically I'm going to have 3 cameras, right? One for me, one looking down onto the build, which is, so those 2 I've got now, but I'm gonna have a 3rd camera as an angle view, right? You know, so you can see it from the side, all right? You know, to get another view of it, right? And basically, what I want to do is I want to make eventually, right? You know, channel point rewards, right? And that could be one of the rewards is to change the like the main camera view. There's gonna be one main camera view, and then other camera views, right? So I want to do some stuff like that, all right? So with that, I think what I want to do starting tonight is, you know, we're going to define it first, right? But, you know, work on a new project. I mean, so we're going to kind of put this, BricksWIthChad Twitch bot down. I mean, because it is ready for me to use starting tomorrow night. All right, yeah, tomorrow night. So I can use it for that. But I'm actually going to build another one, more generalized, that'll allow me to do some other things. All right. So so with that, I mean, you know, let's get that started. So I mean, I'm gonna start off with I haven't even created a repository for this yet. I mean, this was like the idea I got. Teach them a good language instead. I'm trying, you know. Zendary, I know you don't really like C#, so I'm gonna stick with C#. How about a graphic brick dropping on top of another one, follower or subscriber alerts later down the road? Yeah, so Ryan, that's other parts of what I was thinking about, right? Now, sure enough, a lot that you can do within Stream Elements, right? So Stream Elements is actually really, really powerful, right? And sure enough, I'm still going to use, at least right now, I'm still going to use Stream Elements for the basis of my overlays, right? Because there's some things they could do, you know, as far as putting things in position that OBS still is not the greatest at, right? And some of this, what I mean is like, you know, just the positioning of it, right? And the fact it has an undo button, which is really, really nice, and OBS does not. Although I actually saw someone showing, you know, some work being done at OBS, and it is going to have an undo, you know, an undo. And I'm really looking forward to that coming in. All right, so let's create a new repository. Of course, now we got to do the hardest thing in software development. We have to come up with a name, right? And I'm kind of thinking, you know, I think I'm just going to call it, you know, Twitch Commander. Right, that seems like to be a unique enough name. It's something when I'm commanding my Twitch, right? You know, I could call it, yeah, because I was gonna say it's not just an OBS commander. It's gonna be doing that, but yeah, I think that's what I'll call it. We'll add a readme. We'll add a get ignore, Visual Studio, and then we're gonna do I almost always do MIT license. All right, so we're going to create that repository. All right, so now we've got our repository created. Let me go ahead and create my my develop branch. All right, so now we got our develop branch. So I'm gonna go ahead and grab that. And now we're going to Visual Studio. Actually, yeah, we'll go into Visual Studio, but now I'm gonna come back out of Visual Studio. Let me open up, because this is the bot we were working on. I definitely want it for reference because I've already got some, you know, a lot of the code we'll be working with is already in here, right? So we're gonna put it there. I think I clicked on the button. Maybe I didn't. Did I spell Twitch wrong? No, I did not purposely spell it wrong. I'm not cool enough to do that. Okay, hold on, let me. Where's my repos? Here we go. Let's take a look at that. Did I spell it wrong? I sure did. No, that's just me being stupid. Can you rename a repository? I actually don't know. Yes, good. There we go. Thank you, Joe, for pointing that out. I might not have noticed that for a while. All right. All right. Okay, there. That'll point that over. And get that repository going in there. So let's actually start thinking about what we want this thing to do. At least, probably not going to fill out everything because I could probably spend the next 2 hours just kind of doing requirements on this, right? But you know, one of the things I do want to do, I want to look at like stream elements, because basically, once I have this working, what I'm going to do, hey, Jack, thank you for the hydrate there. I will say the one thing that's throwing me off, I usually have OBS right here, and because the chat's not working right now, I moved over the moderator view, so it's delayed. You know, so that's yeah, Jack, it has been a while, so it's kind of funny to see myself delayed over here because I'm not used to that. Although it looks like OBS is finally caught up. Now I can have that shown up correctly. You're on UK times? You know, it's well, so it's really, well, it's either, depending on what you consider, it's either really late or really early for you. It is interesting that we, you know, actually I see, well, OBS is acting up, or is acting well enough today. It's interesting the number of Europeans that we do get on this stream, especially when I stream late, right? Late because you haven't slept yet. Yeah, I mean, I've seen it where like if I stream till like 1 in the morning, I start getting more Europeans on who are waking up early. All right. All right. So sure enough, one of the things that once I get this running, at least again, what's in my mind so far, basically, you know, all of this, you know, I'm not going to do this through stream elements, right? I'm actually gonna turn off the stream elements chat engine and just do it through my own, right? So the problem, the first thing we need to do is just start building some of these commands, right? So, and I guess what we could just do, of course, I've noticed some of these I don't even really need, you know, like I notice, like I have, what was the one I was noticing the other day, or last night? I don't know, I know something that was in here that, you know, maybe it was in default commands. I don't even remember now. Maybe I turned it off already. I was like, why do I have that turned on, right? I don't support that. So anyway, so let's do this. Let's open these in 2 different tabs, or yeah, well, they're already 2 different tabs, 2 different windows. And of course that, well, okay, we'll just do it this way. All right, so I'm gonna go into issues. This is the one thing I don't want. Again, I talked about this the other night. This is the one thing I don't like about GitHub as opposed to Azure DevOps, right? Everything's an issue, right? Instead of like, you know, a user story or an epic or what have you, right? But I'm trying to get more and more used to this, you know, because, you know, the tea leaves are saying that Microsoft wants us to use GitHub more than Azure DevOps, right? I mean, some of the tea leaves are just saying it, right? And I know I've been trying to look at it more and more to consider if we start moving stuff at work to this. All right. So I think we'll just start off because, you know, again, I think the easiest part is going to be, excuse me, is to start doing some of the chat commands. So let's do this. I will eventually figure out how I want to do this. And again, this is a little bit of requirements gathering, right? You know, you definitely don't want to do, you know, the old waterfall, write a whole lot of documentation and then finally work, but we do want to at least think some things through here, right? So I'm gonna have, you know, my list of commands, and I mean, you know, because I want to sort this a little bit as I go through here. It is kind of funny. We do have an 8-ball in here now. I can't type in that one though. But you know, so old 8-ball, you know, what say you, right? And well, that's interesting. Oh, can I make the font bigger? Yes, I will do that, Jack. Just a second. Oh, that's weird. Can I type anything into the chat window? Wow. Okay. This is just really weird. I can't type into the chat window. There, that one worked. That's weird. All right. So there, we'll make those fonts a little bit bigger. Here, can I can't minimize that. I can do it that way, and then we'll make these fonts bigger. All right, so we'll have 8-ball. I mean, that'll be like one of the later things we do. We do want account age. That's a normal thing to have. I'm not going to do any of these betting stuff. Chat stats, commands, definitely want that. I don't think I'm really doing anything with those, so I don't think I need that. Follow age. So you can see there's several things I might have to look up in the in the Twitch API, right? Like follow age. I you know, because I can look those up, you know, real easily, but we'll have to do that. Yeah, see, like, I don't even know why that's turned on. That's not something I ever use. I'm not even worried about the points. You know, I actually do want something for quotes. Let's see here. Well, that says tip, but I would call it donate. Yeah, I don't know if you're gonna 404, but I always get a 404. I've yet to figure out what this is supposed to do. I mean, you can see, I can see chat stats for others, but for some reason I can't seem to see chat stats for myself. You know, which is just really weird. You know, but let's see here. Where was I? I was on donate. Say we're calling tip. Okay. Oh, we went uptime. You might do top. That's watch time, maybe. I'm not exactly sure where that would come from. Hey Scott, how you doing? There's someone I know who has been oh wow, that's total time. Yeah, watch time is pretty cool. That's not what I was expecting it to. But then, like Scott, I would expect to have more. I mean, well, yeah, I would still expect Scott to have more hours than that. All right, and these are. We should have. Let's do like this. non-stop watching. Well, I'm assuming that's, but yeah, but it's 36 hours, you know, I'm assuming that is total, right? Time, right? So, you know, I would take that as to be, yeah, total time you're live. And considering I stream for at least 4 hours, and you know, at a time, and sometimes, you know, 5 and 6 hours. All right, so these are everyone can do. And then these, let's see, the next set here, you know, are for moderators. Let's think about which ones. Nine or 11 times. I guess it seems like you've been on here more times than that. I'm not even using your store, so I don't know why that's turned on. People. Oh, you're doing the, oh. Maybe. I liked it. That kind of actually works with that. Let's see here. Oh yeah, this was the thing I was noticing. Yeah, I was working on all this stuff for a counter. They actually have a counter built into here that you could actually use, but it's not. But like I wanted stuff with a project and everything. All right, so let's see here. I'm looking. So I guess I can. Yeah, that isn't working there. Just curious here. So I guess I can do like that. All right, well that's kind of cool actually. In this, okay, I should say there are some commands that I will still have stream elements paying attention to, right? Like that one, all right? And that actually does get used. Nah, it's a moderator one. That's right. I need, yeah, I do have project. That should be here. Oh, that's gonna mean so these are the defaults. Sure enough, I need to remember to update the project. That's one of the things I want to do with this, right? Actually, you know, Ryan, you actually remind me of something. You know, one of the things I want to be able to do, one of the things I forget, a lot of streamers forget, right? Is so sure enough, I have my Stream Deck, right? So, you know, I've got my Stream Deck, right? And actually the button's red right now. That's my start and stop stream. And it does several things for me, right? But like the one thing it can't do is it can start up OBS, right? But what it won't do is prompt me, hey, is that still the right project, right? You know, is your stream title correct, all right? And you know, there are plenty of times where I stream and I've forgotten to change the title, right? And you see it all the time. Or hey, you know, reminder of the project, right? So we can update the project, right? All right, so that's all. Okay, so there's really nothing in the moderator. I'd be willing to bet there's nothing in the super moderator either. Now, and again, these are the built-in commands. Oh, that's interesting. That bot one actually could be interesting. I guess I can mute the bot. Level would be good. A module would be good. This guy, do you do a lot of stuff in Stream Elements? You've worked with here. I mean, I really like Stream Elements, right? And that's what I say. You know, for the most part, I'm gonna stop using this. It's chat. Not that I don't like it, right? I just kind of want to do something on my own, right? But I'm still, like I was saying, I'm going to be controlling some stuff with through OBS, but you know, we're also going to you know, but you know, so we'll still be using OBS. All right, here's my custom commands. And so yeah, I've got my shout out. I do really need to relaunch merch. We're not doing giveaway anymore. YouTube, C# and then using the Twitch lib library. All right. I mean, these, I mean, actually, I can't see why I wouldn't be using these, because these are ones I put in. And sure enough, I mean, I might end up, you know, I might end up making some changes to, so I don't have to, like these ones for, I'm just curious, does that say 7,000? It must be because of all those stupid follower bots. All right. Yeah, so that's saying there's 7,000 on the board. Like I say, that must be all those stupid follower bots getting in the way. All right. There's like a list of the commands, all right? So you know, right now I'm not gonna worry about the issues. Well, I'll do that kind of later. It's not like I'm looking for whatchamacallit, I'm drawing a blank name of it, where you tie work into traceability. I'm not looking for traceability at this point. All right. Did I usually to clean them up? Yes, I did. It is interesting though. I'm assuming you're talking about the one to clean them up, and yes, I did. So I've gotten to use another time because Wednesday night we got hit by a follower bot, right? So what is interesting, so Scott's asking about this one, all right? Now what is interesting is I did post up on the Live Coders Discord. And sure enough, Scott, I did look at that. I think what I was thinking about, you know, I was talking about, you know, you were asking if there's a, you know, for non-team members part of the Discord, and I think that's something that's being talked about, because I did look, and there's definitely not anything there before, or not there anything right now, but I remember something about that. I think that's something that is being worked on. But so I posted a question, right, you know, into the Discord. I was like, hey, you know, this happened to me, you know, I think I'm gonna use this tool, you know, any tips, anything. One of the things someone said was that they wouldn't use the tool because apparently Commander Root has been penalized several times by Twitch for violation of terms of service. I thought that was interesting. But yes, I did use this. It's pretty neat. You know, you go to this, like this follower remover. Here, I'll log in. Okay, I want to make sure it didn't show anything. So in here now, it's cleaned up now, right? But what's really cool is like right here you see like the top days that people have been following, right? And so sure enough, I mean, you know, if you saw this yesterday, or actually even this morning, because it was still cleaning up this morning, it was showing like, you know, 12,000 follows, you know, on that one day, right? That was the crazy part. So Monday, right, was one of the days we got hit by a follower bot. It's still my number one follow day, which I thought was pretty neat. Even after cleaning out all the follow bots. And then sure enough, I went through the trouble of actually figuring out exactly where the follow bot started and where the follow bot ended. I can actually tell you it was so it started at 23:22:54 and was done at 22:23:55. So 61 seconds to do its damage Wednesday night. The one from Monday was actually 43 seconds. So, well, everyone, I need to take a quick look at this email here. Okay. Emails are always exciting. So sure enough, I have lesser invoices. Yeah. Well, unless they're paid invoices. I mean, I do have a business, right? So paid invoices are always a nice thing. Now, so the company I'm at, we've got a couple open positions, and I put I announced it on Twitch and not on Twitch, on Twitter and LinkedIn, that type of stuff. Sure enough, a friend of mine said, hey, I know someone who's looking, and actually I was just getting an email from that person because they had some questions. I wanted to see what they were saying. So yeah, so sure enough, it's got these, these were the times. Some other really interesting about this tool. So I mean, like I said, I can put in the times. Grant you right now, if I put in those times, nothing come in. You can also export, right, which is pretty cool, right? To a CSV. So actually I have the two CSVs. I want to, just because I'm curious, I want to see like how many that were done on Monday were also done on Tuesday, right? Because the other thing, when you remove, you can just remove followers, or you can remove followers and block them from refollowing, right? And both times I did the just remove followers, right? Because I was like, well, if I accidentally, I mean, that's the whole thing. If I accidentally remove somebody, right, and who really was a follower, if I block them, they're blocked, right? I'm sure there's a way I can unblock them, but at probably that point, I probably lost it, right? Yeah. So, all right. So here we're at our root of our project. Let's go ahead and add our source folder and we're gonna do a new project first. All right, and for now, I'm just going to create a blank solution. Yeah, I'm just going to create a blank solution and Twitch Commander. Love the fact how this always goes out to the wrong place. Okay, so we're going to put it right there. All right, and then this is probably not in the right place. All right, Mr. Scott. Now, sure enough, I mean, that's that hydrate reminds me of something. I mean, so on the Bricks channel, I don't get very many hydrate commands, right? People, calling in a hydrate. And I've noticed that when I'm doing the yeah, this did what I didn't want it to do. I noticed that when I'm on there, I don't drink water as frequently as I should. And so actually, one of the things we did Wednesday was, we created a timer, and so it will send a chat message. But also, admittedly, I'm not as great at watching my chat when I'm building the bricks because I got the screen like over here, right? And so it's a lot harder for me to see it. I'm gonna fix that. Yeah, so stay hydrated, exactly. So I've got it. It'll send a chat message up. But again, there would be another thing. It would be great if, it could send like an alert, on there. Yeah, I am gonna move it. So what I think I'm gonna try to do, and I'm gonna try this tomorrow night. So it's funny actually. So I've got a laptop sitting right next to me, like over here, right? And that's where I watch the chat. And actually, I have the moderator view up, right? Which, if you're curious what I'm talking about, the moderator view, this is the moderator view, right? So I can see everything, but more, also it gives me some other tools in here, right? So I keep that, like I say, over here on the side, but then I have a bigger monitor over here, which is where I actually display, it's where I have my instructions. Because usually I use the digital instructions instead of the paper instructions. And I got plenty of room in that monitor to put the chat window up there. The only thing is I keep that keyboard away, so it's kind of weird, but all right. So now we've got this. So now, again, let's think about this a little bit again. So what we have, or what we need, I should say, let's make some notes here. So, well, if we look at what we have today, with today being, what have I written? I wrote a Twitch bot and I wrote a Twitch monitor, right? And I use this Twitch monitor to kind of record some stuff, and like I said, eventually I want to use that to keep track of statistics, right? Because Twitch does do some statistics, but like it only keeps it there for, I think looks like 6 weeks, I forget. And if it didn't just show revenue right there, I would show it, but it does show revenue. I think it shows revenue on that screen. But at any rate, they don't keep it for a long time, right? Not, of course I want to know, I'm a numbers guy, right? I want to know, okay, well, what was my, what was it this month compared to the last month, and what is it, this quarter, is it, that kind of stuff, right? Again, I don't do this for money or anything, but I still like, if I can have numbers, I want them as much as I can get, right? So, with all being said, so what I have right now, going back to that, this monitor is grabbing data, and then it's actually creating these stream snapshots, right? Which basically, some of this I need to probably not record every single time, but so you can see I have stream ID, user ID, username, game. Probably what I should do is, I guess what I should do is just streamline it. But the important part is, like, I have the viewer count, right, and so forth, right? So I'm actually capturing, how many people are in the viewer count, and whatever frequency I do this at. Will I use the repository pattern? I probably should, Scott, to be honest with you. Right now I'm not. But I probably should. That would be a nice thing to use. And admittedly, I mean, when I do production, when I do work that I get paid for, I usually do use the repository pattern. So the repository pattern, basically, the idea behind it is I'm horrible at describing these things. I want to see if I want to actually see if there's a picture. Yeah, so I mean, this is sort of doing it right. So the whole idea of like your repository is kind of sitting there in the middle, right? This is not the greatest picture, but basically, actually, it's a horrible picture now. I look more and more at it. Yeah, here we go. So it's sitting there, and it's kind of creating this black box, right? So the application doesn't need to know what type of database it's connecting to. Doesn't need to know it's using any framework, right? Or Dapper or whatever, or ADO. It doesn't need to know that, right? All it knows is it calls, usually an interface that says, get set, right? Retrieve these records, what have you. So, just remembered something here. Sure enough, one of the things I definitely want to do is timers. That time message just made me think about that. So, all right. So right now, going back to this project here, so we're storing this, and like I said, and what I'm using this for is, actually, what I'm using this for, I don't need it anymore. Yeah, Scott, that's a simple description for it, right? It just contains CRUD, all right? The method, the method, so create, read, update, delete. So I was just thinking about this. So the primary reason why I have this is to go get that stream ID. Oh no, I still need that stream ID. All right. Well, here's why I was going along into this, right? So right now, this is just a Windows app or Windows console app that I run, right? And it will just start storing the stuff, right? So if we run this right now, this will start up, and we can start seeing this every 10 seconds. I think right now it's checking. So there's a service tech. Basically, you need to wait. Yeah, there we go. So you can see, and this is actually right now it's monitoring this channel, right? TaleLearnCode. So you can see like it's storing that stream shot, right? Or snapshot, right? So all of this information, and it's streaming it as you go through here, right? And this is, sure enough, if you look at the Twitch metrics, this is kind of what they're doing. Is they're actually, they report every 5 minutes. Right now, this is every 10 seconds, only because I wanted it quick, because I wanted to be able to see it, right? I'm actually gonna scale it down to every minute. But what I was thinking about is, what if instead of a console app, right, that I have to make sure is running, what if instead I did this as an Azure function, right? So, and it creates problems. Looking up what would it cost to run this, right? If I was doing an Azure function where I know it's going to be running all the time, right? One of the things you can do with Azure functions is a timer function, right? And so sure enough, while I was eating lunch, I was thinking about that, right? And I was like, well, what would that cost, right? Well, here's the crazy part. So Azure functions basically allows you to run little bits of code, right? And that's all that really is a little bit of code. So if we go to the pricing calculator, actually I have it up here. So I was kind of looking at some things, right? And really, I was fooling around with some numbers because I wanted to see where I could actually get to where it started costing me something, right? But really, this is probably going to take about 512K of memory, right? And then probably 5,000 seconds. Even that is probably too long. I'd probably execute that long. And if I run this every minute, all right, 0 cost, right? I mean, that's, now, this number is a little bit misleading, because basically your subscription, you have, actually I said 512K, I meant 512 megabytes. Your subscription has a free allotment, and it's is it 1 million transactions? I want to say it's 1 million transactions and 400,000 gigabyte seconds. Let's see here, pricing. I wish they would just take you to this page to begin with. Yeah, 1 million requests and a 400,000 gigabytes gigabyte seconds, right? So your resource allocation, right? And then, you know, and then you pay this trivial amount below that. Now, with that being said, right now, I don't have any permanent running Azure functions, right? Most of the stuff I work, you know, most of my function work I do for demos, and then I tear them down once I'm done, right? So I will be able to run this for essentially for free, right? And I can run it, you know, eventually, you know, yeah, there we go. See, there's someone who spends way too much time on my channel. But you know, eventually I could also allow other people to use the service, right? And again, I'm really, because I'm storing in table storage, right, which is super cheap. All right, so you missed me. Or you missed Sean. But which reminds me, so Sean, not to put you in the spot, are you streaming are you streaming on Sunday, or are you still trying to get caught up in everything else? You're gonna try? Awesome. Sure enough. No, I can't type over there. What's going on with OBS there? So is it you don't need me? Why? This is so weird. I can't chat some places. There we go. Yeah, definitely worthwhile checking out Sean, right? I mean, I'm not sure what he's gonna be working on this week, but there's a lot of you know, infrastructure as code type stuff. Why didn't I go live last Friday? Because I was worn out. That was why. Well, I don't know. Yeah, don't know what you're doing yet. Yeah. So, well, there you go. Yeah, like I said, infrastructure stuff he does is pretty cool there. So Scott, back to your question. So, you know, last Thursday here in the United States was, you know, so not yesterday, but week before was Thanksgiving. You know, we're traditionally here in the United States, we'll, you know, make, you know, we usually have this big Thanksgiving dinner with turkey and potatoes and yams and, you know, all that great stuff. Sub goal of 1. You've already got, then you've already met your goal. You're gonna have to at least have a sub goal of 2. And so sure enough, in our house, don't know to this. So Thanksgiving dates back to the original, the original Anglo beginnings of the United States. And oh, just joking. Okay. Well, I wasn't sure. Anglo-Saxon, yes, thank you. I'm sure enough, Scott, you never know. But anyway, so I'm the one who usually cooks those meals. All right.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Yeah, thank you so much. Have done it. Thank you. So yeah, I was on my feet all day Thursday. Cooking all the meal, and then Friday we went out for some Black Friday shopping and everything. And when we got home, I was just worn out. I was, and my body was sore, and I was like, basically, I said if I sat in that chair for 3 to 5 hours streaming, I'm gonna be in even worse shape. So that's the reason why I ended up calling off the stream last Friday. Which does remind me, I was slaving over a hot oven. Well, hot stove. But I do have to remember, I do have I gotta get up in the morning, so I got an oil change tomorrow. Well, I did have an apron on, yes, but it's just a plain white cooking apron. All right. So what I'm trying to think of, yeah. So I was trying to think, do we need to do this piece first, right? Or can we start writing the bot stuff? And actually, yes, I want to do this first because I want to get the commands we've already written working over there. Well, you know what? Pics or doesn't count? You want pics of a plain white apron? Okay, I mean, we could do that. It's not a big deal. And of course, the biggest reason for the apron is just because I do make a mess. So, all right. So one of the things I'm trying to think, should I do this Azure function first? And I don't really want to do that first. What I want to do, I'm going to use. Okay, I know what I'm going to do. Let's do this. Now that I've kind of been sitting here thinking this through, what we're going to do is we're going to open this folder, and we're going to open up this folder, and whoops, I didn't mean to open up the project. Hold on a second, I gotta wait for it to finish loading so I can close this Visual Studio. All right, so then I'm going to create a new folder. Switch monitor console. That is kind of crazy that it actually copied over or created those folders that quickly. I didn't copy those folders. All right, now we're just going to add that into here. And I actually meant to go into here. Okay. Okay, that's fine. it just to make sure this runs. There should be no reason why it doesn't, but you know, you always want to make sure. There we go, it's starting up. Okay, I'm just waiting for the next tick because that's where it actually will write data. There we go. All right, so I think it's good enough. So there, we've got that in there. Let's go ahead and check that in just because that's a good checking point. So I added the Twitch monitor console. Yeah. All right. I just realized what it did. I accidentally checked in something I shouldn't have checked in. Yeah, I do that all the time. Well, okay, let me do it this way. Delete that. I really need to do this a better, you know, do those settings a better way. And now, again, we'll go back to in that folder and open up this folder. And then ignore. There we go. Now we've got it set. Oh, okay. Get ignore. That's so. What has it got there to check it? Just to get that checked in. Okay. So then the other thing I think I'm gonna do, way I'm gonna do this. Well, actually, let's take a look at something here. And I need to, because I was actually playing with it on my laptop, not on my desktop. I need to go to GitHub. We're gonna look for bar rater. Nope, this one. That's all right. We're gonna go to this WebSocket. Why don't people use GitLab instead? You know, Scott, I really don't know. You know, I mean, I grant you, GitHub is now, I mean, definitely has all the backing because now Microsoft owns it. But I really couldn't tell you. To be honest with you, I didn't really know much about GitLab until Microsoft bought GitHub, right? Because then everyone, you know, there's the whole talk about everyone's going to exodus GitHub over to GitLab, and that didn't actually happen. I mean, the point of, I don't even know, I've never been to the website. Yeah, I don't know why. Well, to say it's mostly for enterprise. I mean, maybe they sell themselves, but I mean, GitHub has a very nice enterprise project, right? Um, it is free. Private and secure CI. But I guess the question, I mean, it's not like it's the only one that does that. I mean, to the point, I'm not sure, you know, it's just GitHub was already pretty popular when I started doing Git, right? Oops. Sorry. No, clicked the wrong thing there. So that's kind of where I've just gravitated to. But all right, I'm gonna download this here on this machine. And I'm grabbing this first because, I mean, we're gonna need it, but I also want to look, you know, because the way how they structured their stuff here. So what he did was, once I can get this to finish loading here, he built this test client, right? So, which does do a good job of showing how to use the library, right? And actually, the library you can get through NuGet, all right? And we'll do it that way. It is interesting. It didn't have the one feature I wanted in the, you know, in this test client here. And actually, I just realized I don't know if I can turn this on. This could be fun. Turn this on while we're streaming. I guess that's gonna work. All right, so sure enough, so sure enough, you can just see what they've done, right? He's got the list of scenes, which I got a ton of scenes in here. All right there, Kyle Berg, or I might be mispronouncing that. Trying to get me ready to go to the bathroom real quick here. So yeah, so I mean, you can kind of see some of what it does, right? And this got me thinking, with, you know, with what I'm getting ready to work on. You know, I was working on as a Danish last name. Okay. I assumed it was some type of Dane name of some sort by you asking. And sure enough, I mean, I can do this if I was to, well, that won't make it any bigger. I mean, just to show you what this can do, like if I go, and now if I set it, there you go. You can see I moved to that screen. So works really well, right? I mean, you know, I did both those cuts in there. I could change the, you know, all that kind of stuff, right? So I do think I'm, I guess what I'm kind of getting into, is I think I'm gonna kind of use something like this, because I can also, like, a Windows app, or, Windows form app, would be nice instead, to use like, well, let's put it this way. Eventually, it's not rumors because they've been stating it. It sounds like one of the things Microsoft's going to look WPF. I don't want to do WPF, but I was going to say one of the things that Microsoft is looking to do, is actually to be able to have Blazor on the desktop, right? So that's kind of cool. It's good knowledge to have, right? I fooled with WPF a while ago. I mean, it's probably 10 years ago. I don't know how long ago. And it's not, it's not the worst thing in the world, right? But I don't know if I'd recommend it for new stuff though. All right, let's well, the MVVM pattern is not so bad. All right, that was just long story to say I'm gonna do a Windows app in this, right? So we're gonna be doing something a little bit different. So yeah, let's create a new project. Let's do and we're gonna see how well this works. I tried building a Windows app earlier this year in the .NET Core stuff, and oh my goodness, it was not a good thing. And Microsoft even told you it wasn't a good thing at the point. They did get it over the .NET Core, but like they didn't have the Windows Form builder built up very well. All right, so we're gonna search for Windows. So Windows Form. Well, we said we could really have fun and do it in VB. Oh no, we'll do it in C#. Like I say, I was getting some complaints about doing C#. Let's do it in VB. That'll really get people going. All right, so this will be our Twitch commander. It will is it better than WPF? I think that would depend on who you ask, in all honesty. I mean, you're about to see it, right? And it's not something I do very often, right? I'm sorry, I'm stuck. I'm trying to think of a name. I guess I'll just call it Twitch Command. I could always rename it later on. Make sure we're in the right folder. Create this. So basically, and this will take a moment. Client, yeah. See, I almost call it console because I'm kind of thinking it's like the console that I'm gonna run everything off of, but console in .NET means something different. Yeah, come on. Open that file. You can do it. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. That's not what I wanted. There we go. All right. So it does not use XAML at all because it predates XAML. So all right. So Windows Forms, right, is actually like the original stuff, right? In different forms, right? I mean, so Windows Form actually dates back to, the original Visual Basic, right? So when you ask about XAML and such, I mean, it is basically a managed wrapper around the Win API. What? More description. Okay. Here's what I want. So, but sure enough, what it definitely does is, you know, I've got a drag and drop type stuff, right? And one of the using, I mean, it's one of the benefits here. So, sure enough, I mean, right now we're just going to add a button in here. You can see I've got some nice pointers in here. I'm not even worried about naming it. Well, you know, there we've got our button. We can double click on this. You can see, I mean, this goes into the whole, you know, button one click. This is event type stuff. There we go. And I can do message box. That's what I'm trying to think of. Message box dot show. Hey, you click me. I don't know. All right. Now, some things it's doing, and this is where you got to get a little bit careful, especially since I have several things open right now. So there is a designer. That's not really what I wanted to see. That's not what I want to see either. There is. Oh, it's been a while. What was in the designer? Oh yeah. No, it was actually where I opened up. So sure enough, you actually, and this is one of the things that has changed over the times, right? So there is, you actually can control this all by code. With that being said, don't. All right, it is definitely not a suggested thing to do. It is definitely better to actually go into the designer and, you know, let it handle stuff. Because I like I said, about a year ago, I was working on something and a Windows app actually would make sense, right? And I tried sorting stuff out and cleaning it up, and all it does is rewrite over you, and actually just broke things, right? But so sure enough, I can now, you know, just to show what this can do. Now, if I set this as a startup project, I mean, we're getting this beautiful, and this is also why is it not? I guess it doesn't do center. Well, we'll put this in the middle just so it's looks better, somewhat. I mean, this is, you know, where I always joke about, you know, I could build Battleship Gray with the best of them. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about, right? You know, actually, this isn't so Battleship Gray as it used to be. Yeah, so sure enough, if I run this, there we go. We have a Windows app running. All right, I click on the button, and you can see I got a message box. All right, so it does make building the app, you know, the GUI, you know, easy, right? Or easier, I should say. Now, XAML was pretty darn cool because it gave you more control. All right. But you know, one, I don't do a whole lot of XAML. Like I haven't done it in a while. I'd rather just do, you know, I can easily put my stuff on there. And like I said, you can do some really interesting stuff with this, right? So like, for example, you know, I had the console window working before on you know, to monitor the Twitch channel, right? And you know, I just had to have a console.read line to just, you know, stop it from stopping, right? Whereas in here, it can run that stuff in the background like normal, right? So that's some of the nice things we can do here. And then we can have the events in there. So Scott, you have an awesome weekend. If I don't see you any more time this weekend, and hopefully we'll see you Monday. And again, I'll be streaming tomorrow on BricksWIthChad if you know, working more on that Taj Mahal. Just debating this Windows app thing though. Yeah, because I could do some nice things with it. Okay. But the other part I'm debating, yeah, okay. No, this is gonna make sense. I think.
It's someone's lucky day. Thank you for the gifted subscription.
Well, Sean, thank you so much.
Code with Sean gifted a tier 1 sub to Scott. They have given 8 gift subs in the channel.
I'm gonna say I wasn't even sure if Scott caught that. Well, hey Sean, thank you so much. Yeah, awesome for Scott and awesome for me. Well, more importantly, the community, right? I mean, you know, anything that comes from here goes back in the community. All the money that we're raking in on this channel. All right. So I'm sorry. I am thinking a little bit more about this, just in the sense that how to break this apart. And again, it has been a while since I really built. Like I said, sure enough, earlier this year I built something, but that was a real simple thing. Like I'm trying to remember what defines this. I forgot what defines the Form 1. Oh, that's right. There is a program. That's what does it. Okay. I forgot. They did add that program in there. All right. Now, also just to see, I can't imagine why this wouldn't work. But let's move this to .NET 5. I mean, this should just... no, build errors. Sure that restore has run and you have included. There, it's got the target type. Let's do clean solution. There we go. All right. And now we got rid of .NET 5. And again, we can see our beautiful message box. All right. So let's just get in here the get all our stuff working, right? So, and for now, what am I going to do? Well, we're going to keep this awesomely named Form 1. Get rid of this button. And that should have gotten rid of code. No, it does not get rid of that. Okay. I wasn't sure. All right. So we're going to start off with a I guess a text box. No. You know what I want a list box. I think so. Basically, I'm just gonna have it repeat the chat. So this can be a chat viewer here, all right? Because again, I want this to be able to control my stream, right? Yeah, so a list box. We will properties go in here, and somewhere in here there's a name, and we're gonna say in here we're gonna call this chat box. All right, and a list box is exactly what it sounds like, right? We can just add list items. So I'm gonna do something just because like I said, I gotta remind myself how to do some of this stuff again. So, so I should be able to say chatbox dot items dot add, I think. And for right now, we're just gonna do GWID, new GWID string. Because again, I'm trying to remember a couple things here. So you can see this just like that. Okay. Yeah, I gotta remember how there is a way to or to scroll up, or at least there used to be. The other things I want to see here. Oh, you know what? I don't think in the item, let's see here, something, chat box, items dot add, just, oh, it's an object of item. No. You can edit first. Tapco, I'm not really sure where you go. I mean, because turn off what I'm actually trying to think about. I mean, number one, admittedly, a list box might not be the best thing for this, you know. Just list all the chat, right? Oh, I think I see what you're saying. When you call add in list, it will render a window on every add. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying, Tafko. I gotta admit, I don't know. Maybe it's this begin update. Maintains performance. Okay, here we go. Maintains performance while items are being added to the list box, one at a time by preventing the. Okay, there you go. And then chat box end update. Again, we won't really see it right now, but Tapco, thank you for that. I mean, like I said, I've been actually a long time I've done this. Now, when I am trying to remember, I might have to do this different. I might have to do this different control here. I do. What am I trying to think of? Windows Forms, list box, and of course, one of the things you want to look at when this was written, because so they do a list box. Okay, yeah, they're okay. Oh, was that okay? This is what I'm looking for. List box. So you can, yeah, I can move it around if I wanted to. On the font equals new font. See, I think here's what I'm basically thinking, right? You think about when you call add in the list, the render on every add. Oh, okay, never mind. I'm reading the message you already sent. What I'm thinking about is with a, with your chat window, right? You know, like you've got the colors and like the like Tapical Wild is in orange, right? Pizzeria is in green or yellow, depending on which one I'm looking at. But basically, they're in colors. And actually, sure enough, I do get those values. But I think I'm gonna have to. I think if I'm gonna do that, I think I have to use, like TaleLearCode controls. Let's see something here. That says WPF. I thought I was in Windows Forms. Desktop components. TaleLearCode UI from Windows Forms. Yeah. Definitely says WPF there, but I'm in Windows Forms. I think it's just bad documentation there. Yeah, see there. Yeah, see here's where they're doing it a lot differently. And I think if I really want what I want, well, let's just try to get this. See what we can do with it, and then we'll go back to looking at that. Let's just get a raw thing working. All right, I guess what I'm getting to. So what I'm gonna do. We're gonna add in where's my NuGet? Because I clicked the wrong thing. We're gonna go to NuGet. And we are gonna get, come on, Twitch lib. It's no longer necessary to use the Microsoft.net.sdk.windows desktop SDK. Project root element. I'm assuming this is something that has changed. Okay, I think what they're saying is that must be a .NET 5 change. Come on. Yeah, that message is gone now. So what I'm gonna do is pull up this other code that I've already worked on. So let's see here. What we want. We're gonna look at this bot that we worked on before, and we're gonna start off with the connect information here, right? And all that great stuff. So we're gonna go in here. We're gonna have normally I would keep this stuff all on top, but for right now I'm just gonna put it right here. So I do want a Twitch client. Twitch client equals new Twitch client. We should do new because we're in C#5 or .NET 5. Oops. That vibrating or that using in there. We also need this connection credentials. Okay, and then it's going to complain about that file not there. So let's get that file. Control backspace to delete a whole word. Huh. Come on, folder. All right, and I'm just going to copy this into here. And then before I forget, ignore that local item. And I'm gonna change that so it's actually gonna grab that out of hold on a second. I gotta correct the namespace. Because really we should be getting that like from like app settings or something, right? But for now, that'll work. Other than the fact I have to remember to ignore it, which I've done. All right, so we've got that. And then we're going to this method here. And let's see here, this can be a private. We're not going to need that. And we'll actually say connect to Twitch API. So we take that out. And right now, we're not going to do the commands because we're just going to do just these, but we're also going to do Twitch client dot, come on, Twitch dot, it's going to be on chat It's on message. Received. There we go. That's what we want. Twitch client on message received. And I know I have red squigglies. We'll take care of that here in a moment. So these are, you know, get these delegates created here. Okay. And so on disconnected, we are going to do, you know, we're not going to do any, well, you know what we're going to do right now? We're just going to do a message box. Disconnected from the Twitch API. We'll make this better. This will be basically the same type of thing. Connected to the Twitch API. Not really what we want in the end. And on here in this message received, this is where we should have, yeah, chat message. So we can, we're gonna do chat box dot begin edit or begin update. Make sure we put our end update in there. And then we're going to say chatbox dot items dot add. Yeah. And then for right now, it's just going to be, we're going to do like this. We're going to say e dot chat message dot username e.chatMessage dot message, yeah. So that should show the chat messages. All right. Just trying to think of anything else I need to do in there. No, no, and no. So I'm gonna change this button one click, and right now it'll say connect Twitch API, and actually call this connect to Twitch API button. I don't know, that's crappy, but that works. We're gonna have actually do this a little bit different. Go back to our form. Remove any changes and try the opening designer again. I might quickly get away from doing nothing with the designer. You know, I did an undo. I didn't do it far enough. Let's see if that. Yeah. And I think, you know, oh, for Christ, it's gonna take forever. All right. And I think, you know what the problem was. So, because in here, it's got the property for, somewhere there's a property of what to do on the click, right? Let's just go ahead and delete that and create a button, and we'll call this okay. So we're gonna say connect to Twitch, just like that. And where is my text? Here we go. Connect to Twitch. We're gonna do it like that. And then what we're gonna do, we're gonna make this a little bit smarter here. Now I should be, I'll just comment it out for right now. I should be able to do that. And then, you know, we could do something like in here, if connect to Twitch dot text equals what did I say? Connect to Twitch. Then we're gonna connect to the Twitch API, else. Actually, I gotta do a little more than that. We'll do that, and then we're gonna say connect to Twitch dot text equals disconnect from Twitch. And here we'll have disconnect. Oh, I don't have the command in there yet. All we do is this, and then we do connect to twitch.text equals connect Twitch. Oops. All right, so that should connect to Twitch. This should be, I'm gonna go off screen here for just a second, check my settings here. Oops. This should be connecting to BricksWIthChad. I just want to verify that. Yes, it's connecting to BricksWIthChad. And it should be showing those messages. That's what we should be seeing now, right? So we're in here. We'll click that button. There we got our little pop-up. And sure enough, it says disconnect from Twitch. Now if I go in here, this is my BricksWIthChad. I'm in the chat window. Hey, how's it going? And we get in there. Cross-thread operation not valid. Access from a thread other than the thread it was created on. Well, there we go. That's going to be interesting. I'm quickly going to, I don't really want to do this in the Windows form. Yeah, hey, what we're gonna do. Yeah, and I'm seeing how awesome it is to keep on opening up that form. And you know, okay, I'm thinking about this. Part of the reason why I was doing that was I said, hey, I wanted to have some buttons to be able to do things, right? But as I think about it, I don't really need that. right? Because I really want to be able to click buttons on my Stream Deck, right? So let's do this differently. Let's actually just go ahead and throw away that. I'm just gonna, it's actually not gonna delete yet, it's just gonna remove it. Because it'll still be in there, but yeah, but you know, Sean, I mean, that thread thing is just one thing. Again, I'm remembering how slow that is, you know, the form editing is. And you know, the thing is, what I remember, the more stuff, at least what I've seen before, and I'm already starting to see it, the more stuff you put in your form, the harder the stuff gets in. What is the Twitch client you were using? It is an open source library. It's TwitchLib. Here, let me go check that out real quick here. So TwitchLib. Come on. Here we go. I already found it. Well, for those who I can't. So yeah, there's what I was trying to find. So weird what's going on with my so yeah, so they have, I mean, now I will say apparently some problems with the PubSub, but I'm not using PubSub right now, so I'm okay with that. So I need to do, get some, you know, do a collaboration with and goodness, that'd be kind of fun, with like Calo, and do a Unity to do all that stuff. Now that would be pretty cool. All right, but we're gonna go back to a console app. I think that will meet our needs. And actually, since I'm gonna go back to a console app, let's do this. We don't have to rewrite everything. Open the folder and open that folder. All right, we're gonna copy this over to here. All right, and then instead of TwitchBot, I'm gonna call this the chatbot. Because at least right now, that's what it's gonna be. Actually, maybe I will call it Twitch chatbot. Just kind of keep with these names here. You know what? Actually, I do just want this to be TwitchBot. Now that I think more about it. All right. Now we can just add this new project. And before I get too far, remember to ignore my settings so I don't dox myself. All right. So now, oh, okay. So now, if I run this startup project, yeah, it's not echoing the chat messages. And since I'm going away from the since we're getting away from the Windows stuff, that's fine, right? So they're now, why is this doing this so often? Oh, that's right. We've got this set to a really fast time right now. Again, to kind of see what it was doing. And sure enough, if you go here, you'll see, oh, I shouldn't, well, you can still see it, you know, So you can see that it's actually sending messages in there, right? You know, hey, don't forget to set the project, right? And hey, don't forget to drink water. So that's what we have working on here. So yeah. Let's do a couple things with this. Yeah, right. I'll get right on to getting that in there. All right. Well, I tell you, if I'm going to do it like this, and I'm going to simplify, just repeating a friendly reminder. Yeah, sure. I think if you know, I'm not going to show all this, you know, all that. I think we're gonna make some things a little bit simpler here. Hey there, Kezlu. Goodness, I don't know if I'm ever gonna be able to pronounce this just by reading it. Kezlu.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
And Dungery 3, thank you for following. All right. All right. So since we're going to do this, we're going to start just getting these commands working. So let's look at this a little bit differently than what we had right here. So right now, I just got all these commands in here. I think, does it make sense to have these as separate? Because like right now, we have a on chat command received, right? So, you know, and then there's a couple little bits of work that needs to be done prior, but then the important part is we look for the commands we're looking for, and then we call these. I'm just trying to think, and then these are pretty simple, right? Just trying to think, do we want this bot to have lots of commands? I don't think so. Because then the side part is otherwise it's just going to have something really, really small though. But I think that makes sense. All right, so we're going to create a new folder, and we'll call this commands. And like we're going to add a class called. One second. This is a problem I have with Visual Studio. The latest preview. I don't know why it takes so long to show that. Okay, so we're gonna have a class called dropBrick. Public static class dropBrick. And then I'm just gonna copy that over. Now there's gonna be some things that's not gonna work right away. But that's all right, we're gonna get to that. So this is gonna be public static void. I don't know why I took the void out there. Execute. And this is just using issue. Everyone, hold on just 1 second. I think my alarm is going a little bit weird. 1 second, folks. I got an alert that my the door to my garage was open. My wife is actually still downstairs. So I was thinking I would move these commands into individual classes. The problem is this value here. Well, unless I keep it. No, okay. No. All right. I guess we just keep it here, which means this can't be static. So we'll say private. I don't know. We can make this property public. Oh, what am I thinking of? I don't know why. I just drew a complete blank there. Bricks dropped. I think before I did set that to 0, I think there was a reason why we did that too. Yeah, I think there was a reason for doing that. Okay. And this again, we don't want it to be static. And then I think, you know, I've got this as drop brick. Might actually have this as more of a counter thing, right? We'll call this counters. We'll also have this method and that method. All right, and then oh, why did they do it that way? I made this a field. This should be public. You know what? I'm not even gonna need that. I won't need that property, so this will be a private. Actually, we can copy it from over here just to copy those. Copy all that. Change that to a small letter because that's the way it really should have been to begin with. Okay. All right, and then when we initialize, we're gonna have a constructor here, so public counters. And then here we're gonna pass in the Twitch client. Oops. And we'll set that here. Okay. And come like that. I probably should just did renames, that probably been easier. But say la vie. Oops. All right, so that fixes that method. Like I said, I really should have, when I renamed them, I should have done the refactoring renames. These two P's, and this is missing a using statement. All right, I think that clears all the exceptions. Well, we got a bunch of messages in here. We'll look at those messages a little bit. All right. All right, so here. So we execute. This is brick drop brick. Drop brick. All right, so you want a Butterfinger, okay? Apparently Phantom's wanting some sweets. We're gonna call the execute, and here we'll call this execute. Oof. This is gonna be a public. Those will stay private. All right, and then in here we're going to.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
And thank you, the Argentinium. And the Phantom just finished their timer application. Awesome. Well, that's part of what this is. There is some timer stuff in here going on in here also. All right, so we're going to do that. Actually, stats should also be moved over. Because that is also a, it's another command basically. So execute stats. I would say, Phantom, it has been a while since I've seen you. All right. So, Phantom, what was your timer working on? Sure enough, on here we right now we're working on some Twitch commands, but this has some timer stuff in there, in particular because we're tracking these projects. So this is for this is a Twitch bot for a all right, countdown and stopwatch. Did you use did you use the stopwatch functionality? Because there is, you know, there is stopwatch in here, and which is actually really nice because you can do, you know, so stopwatch equals, you know, stopwatch dot. Oh, you did yours from scratch, so just, you know, just so you can see this, so I can do like a start new, all right, and then that's actually running on a thread, right? And at any point I could say like stopwatch, you know, elapsed time. There's a stop. There's elapsed, right? So I'll use the stopwatch a lot when I'm working on little apps and I'm trying to figure out timings, right? Like how long does something take, right? I use that quite a bit for that. All right, so we got execute stats. And now we're gonna want that out. And of course we're getting these errors, but those errors are okay at the moment. Awesome, custom function library for your projects. Yeah, I mean, you see, I'm kind of doing that, you know, I mean, in one sense on this. And basically I'm taking something I've been working on, and then now I'm kind of changing gears a little bit with it. Actually, so set project really is part of that also. So we're actually gonna move, I don't know how much I can clean this up at this point because I'm just basically moving everything over here. Public execute set project. But I do wonder about trying to make, you know, I was thinking about whether this should be a separate class library to do all this instead of all into the app. And you know, you never know, we might take those out. We might have making some more changes here. All right, so pretty sure prints. Oh no, I still have a reference to that. What is? Oh, okay. Oh, that doesn't make sense. Oh, I know why it made sense then. Okay. So let's go ahead and copy this also. Really? I guess I didn't need system, but now I do. All right, so that moved over, and then but now unfortunately I'm gonna have to call this all three here. So print stats. See, people saw that watch time. Now people are curious. Like I said, it's actually kind of a neat. It is a neat command in there. And then I really just need in those two. Yeah, really don't need it on. We were printing it on when we set the project name. We really don't need that. Okay, so now, like, comment that out. And I am going to remove these. I'm just commenting out for the moment here. Then I'm going to go back and clean up. All right, so now, well, now what we'll need to do. Here I don't need these. Shouldn't. What we are going to need is a private counter I agree with you completely. That is an awesome remark, right? See things, from scratch, see them, slowly take shape, and then, and then what, 'cause I don't think even the simplest things, once you're done, it's like, wow, that's pretty cool, right? Look what I did, right? All right, so we're gonna have this counters, and then, so right now we're gonna have this counters. Right, we're not gonna initialize it. Well, it will help if I give it a name though. But then on this bot, on the connect down here, and I'm purposely leaving some space here. We're gonna say counters equals new counters, because I have to give it the Twitch client, and I don't want to give it that Twitch client until I've connected it. What did I call? Oh, I don't have the. There it is. I don't have the underscore right now. So that should initialize that, and then. Yeah. We're gonna wanna copy this. Private void check stream. Or we'll say check for stream ID. Okay, so this yeah, because that is okay. I was thinking, yeah, this is not. I was thinking it was doing something back to Twitch. It's not. Let's have add another method here. And it's a horrible name, console helper. But I can always refactor it later. Okay, and this will be a static class. And like now I'll copy. No, it's the only places you mean you. Not as bad as my cool class. Not much better. It's the whole thing. Helper is like a smell. Maybe it's not the right way of doing things type thing. All right, this is gonna be a public static void. All right. Now we are gonna end up having more stuff in here, but that's the only place it's being used right now. And then this will be console helper dot. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not that. I'll put it this way: I'm not so crazy about not using. I mean, there are people who really go on. You shouldn't ever call anything helper or whatever, and I'm not so hung up on that, right? Yeah, exactly. I mean, Now, with that being said, I might change it later on, but I don't really have a better, Again, the hardest thing you do in software development is naming. Okay, now, oops. Oh, let's see here. Oh, now we need to add this check for stream ID. You know, this is the one bad part about moving all this stuff. Like, I was just doing this once, but now that this is going to do a whole lot more, that's why we want to do more things, right? Let's see here. So back, oh, yeah. So, whoops, not that. So we're gonna have check for stream ID. We're gonna do that there. We're gonna do it here. And basically what this is doing, I'm kind of moving a little bit too quick maybe, because obviously not everyone was here Wednesday when we were writing this the first time. This goes, so we have a concept of a project, right? So because, you know, and it's stored out somewhere, right? Oh, I do need to remember this is hard-coded. Remove the hard-coded username. And I'm doing that right now because I'm not, you know, this was really easy to check because I'm doing this while I'm on stream, so it has a new stream ID, right? But you know, what this is going, it's going out to look at that console app we were talking, this Twitch monitor console. Eventually we're going to move that to an Azure function, but it's going out to look at the records that it creates, and it's looking to see if there's a new stream key. Well, actually it looks to see if we have a stream key. Yeah, because this is going to go out there. It's going to go out to the table storage, look for that. And basically, if that's not in there, we're going to reset stuff and so forth. That's what we're doing. Hold on a second. So, most recent stream key. Yeah, so we're gonna go out to the table storage. Yeah, okay. This works for now. I tell you, once I add in the WebSocket stuff into OBS.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hey there, Hex the Warlock. I like that name. That's a pretty cool name. Once we add in the OBS WebSockets, we can actually see, I think we can see when the start streaming button is clicked, right? So when it actually starts the stream, and then I can actually do this a little bit more effectively, right? But for now, this works. All right, so again, so we did that here. That's execute oof, but I don't really need it. Well, we'll just keep on doing all these others because I was doing it. That's the way how I was doing it before. Not there. I want the bot because we were. Yeah, right now we're doing this every time. I think there's some opportunity for some efficiency to not do that every time. All right. So now we don't need this logic. We still want that. And then instead, this is going to be counters dot drop brick execute drop brick. That's what I called it. So execute oof. Execute stats and execute set project. And something else we're gonna have to do. Oops. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I think we're gonna end up doing this a little bit differently, or a little bit, you know, some other cleanups we can do here. Because basically we're saving it every time, so we keep all that stats somewhere. Now, sure enough, this we're not gonna have to do every time. We were doing it every time before. That is definitely not needed. Really only need it on these two because that's the only two times we're going to change that. Trying to remember save here. When we do a save, it's just saving that record, which the record is going to be, yeah, just these counts. And then the row key is the project name. Oops. Okay, yeah. All right. Thank you there, Ryan. It's about time for me to drink. I'm going to disable this for right now. Actually, hopefully I'll notice this differently. Oh well. All right, I'm gonna disable that for the moment, just so the timers aren't in the way. All right. Let's see with all that refactoring if everything still works. Well, no, because we have an error. I probably should have looked at my error list before. Oh. Oh yeah, this should be moved. This should also be in here. So we're going to call this instead. This is going to be move this up here to the public stuff. Public void. Project reminder. Remind reset. Or no, remind reset project. And yeah, copy this, paste that. Then we're going to oh, what am I doing? That's not a... Okay, now we have this print message console, so that's another method we want to move over to the helper we were talking about a moment ago. Really, what is the difference between
Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hey there, Harold and Raiders. Welcome so much. I gotta say, something that does confuse me. I want to see over here. I always wonder about this. Like, the alert says rating with party of 4, right? But then, the chatbot says, stream for 2 viewers. Something seems a little bit wrong there, right? Hey, Harold, how's it going? Kind of just missing us doing some refactoring. That's kind of, well, we had a failed experiment trying to do Windows Forms and remembering how much Windows Forms sucks. So now we're back to just doing it all in the console window. And we're kind of refactoring because basically, well, you remember, because I think you were here Wednesday. I think you were here for a little bit. I was working on the Twitch bot. Happy little accents, yeah. It could be one way of calling it. But basically, I've decided that at the very least, with my Bricks with Chad channel, we're going to have the instead of using the Stream Elements chat engine, we're gonna build our own. And so I'm kind of just been restructuring, this to what we were working on before to make it a little bit more concise. All right, so to try to remember what is the difference? In fact, I'm setting the colors here. That is the only difference between this method and this method. You were coding. I saw, yeah, you were getting it to talk, I think is what I saw. And getting it, the face in yeah, how much you rely on intelligence. There's a reason why, and granted, VS Code has good IntelliSense also, but there's a reason why I don't like going over the VS Code. Right, I'm so used to what Visual Studio presents me with. Yeah, got awesome. So you got it going. So it's up and working. That's so. I'm gonna have to check out your VOD. See how that worked out. All right, so these really doing the same thing, except for here I'm defining the colors, right? And here I'm sending in the colors. So really what should I do is we should just have this say print message to console. Operation next message, and then do console color red and console color white. And actually I've got those two backwards. It's weird. I don't normally do the background color first when I write my code, so that's a little bit odd. There we go. That makes that a little bit, again, encapsulating the code better. So now this will be console helper. And then the foreground color and background color. Where was I doing that? Oh, right here. I know why I was doing it to be consistent. I'm now making this inconsistent, but let's do that for now. Let's add a to do global variable. I don't know. Put a question, you know, for console colors. You know, so something to think about later on. Okay, so now I can, oh, now we want to say copy. Copy that. Oops. Then we do counters dot remind project. All right, now build. Now we're succeeding. Now see what happens. There we go, started. And go into here. Like there. Just clear that out to clean that up. And then if I say drop brick, there you go. So you see there, bricks dropped equals 1, oofs equals 0. We see the command and we see Chad has dropped. And I know that's really, oops, kind of small. Wow. Well, that didn't work very well, now did it? Where did my chat go? All right, well, we'll just do it like that. I know it's a little bit small to see that, but apparently if I blow it up, I cause other issues. So we have that's working. We should see if I do oof. There you go. Chad has dropped. Oh, that message doesn't make sense. Has dropped 1 oof so far this stream. We should probably fix that. Let's fix that before we forget. With the counters. Let's see here. That's gonna be an oof. So this should say has had X oofs so far this stream. Yeah, it has it correct here. All right, now try that again. Oof. There you go. Chad has had 1 oof so far this this stream. That does what we wanted to do. If we do stats, here let's do a drop brick again, and then if we do stats, there we see Chad has dropped 1 brick and had 1 oof so far this stream. And then we set project.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hey there, Marina Patino. Thank you for following. All right, so set project, new project. I don't know, I've just given it something there. Yeah, now working on the new project. And sure enough, now if I do stats, oh no, yeah, now if I do stats, you'll see, yeah, it says how much I've dropped on the streams. But I think now if we do a drop brick, yeah, now we can see Chad has dropped 2 bricks on the stream. During the new project build, Chad has dropped 1 brick, right? Because we, you know, it's counting how many I had for the stream, but also how many I have for the project, right? And you know, now if I change this project, I think Taj Mahal's in here, so there's probably some numbers in there. And if I do stats, Taj Mahal must not have been there before. But at any rate, it is, you know, well, you know what? I want to make sure this really is working. Let's see. Because I actually did think Taj Mahal was in there. Let me, before I open up the portal, let me open up on a window here. Make sure it doesn't go to my work account and that kind of stuff. And since I'm doing it correctly, I'll also get it to the right window. All right, so if we go here, it's under BricksWIthChad right now. Yeah, we have Taj Mahal, and we have, there should be 6 bricks dropped. So it was not doing that. Now, just curious. Drop brick and do an oof. All right. And then so 6 and 0. Refresh. Okay, so it is doing that right, but it's not loading that. Right? Because now, if I mean, just to make sure here again, set project. Let's do TaleLearnCode. Why not? TaleLearnCode. So we're now working on the TaleLearnCode project. You know what? I'm not sure if this is case sensitive. TaleLearnCode. Oh, you know what? We could, you know how we could see? To create another record. It is case sensitive. Probably want to handle that because you don't want to depend on me to be able to type it, you know, the case correctly every time. All right, so we're gonna set the project there. Again, if I do stats, there should be 1 drop brick, right? Yeah, but this is just getting for the project. But if I drop brick to drop brick, so okay, no, it is getting the numbers. It's not okay, it's just not printing the right message until I add something there. Okay, so that's where the mistake is. So let's see here. Let's see here. Print stats. Not print stats. Oh, hold on a second. No. Okay, that's where that's coming from. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Prints. I'm looking at the wrong method. Print stats is printed to the console window. So I'm looking at when I do the stats command. That's this one here. All right. So this is gonna say. Oh. Well, in the execute stats, we just don't show it. That's the reason why. Well, okay. So if we go in here and grab this logic here, actually just copy this. Excuse me. I love when you got that and you know it's coming, and it just takes another moment to come. Is coding hard? I mean, that's a mixed question on that, or a mixed answer on that, right? In some extent, yeah. I mean, and again, it depends on what exactly you're doing. But the actual coding itself, not necessarily. It's trying to figure out what exactly do you want to do, and and what's the more efficient way of doing things. Honestly, a lot what I'm doing here is kind of straightforward, so it's not so hard. Now you get into some of this, machine learning stuff. Oh my goodness, that stuff's hard. Well, I should say it also depends on who you are. All right. I mean, I say machine learning. Well, that's hard. I mean, I worked with a guy who machine learning, I won't say it wasn't hard for him, but it came a whole lot easier for him, right? Yes, definitely. Logic and creativity. All right, so we're gonna, oh, wait, why am I? Thanks to typing and stuff and such, or yeah, exactly. Those are not the hardest parts. Tedious sometimes. I definitely agree with the tedious sometimes. Hard part is deciding what you're going to do. Yeah. What you're going to do, when you're going to do it. Let's see here. Oh, I know what I want. I didn't really need to copy this whole thing. I want this right here. Would you know it the first time you try to learn it? Yeah, I would say not necessarily, and I think there's a couple things. Here's the thing. I mean, okay, when we're talking about coding, there's not one type of coding, right? And it's not even just the language you're using, right? So for example, right? I'm a backend developer, right? I develop the APIs. I develop the infrastructure that those APIs run on, right? Cloud services, that type of stuff, right? You get me doing web front ends and oh my goodness, all right? So I'm definitely not for doing web front ends, which is why I don't avoid it, but I don't do it. So I do avoid it. So, and then on top of it, I mean, like I said, there's machine learning stuff. There's, pure data. There's pure, there's pure math type stuff, right? And those are not necessarily the same thing. Pure data and pure math. You can do like what Code with Sean does a lot of infrastructures code, right? So that's a whole nother area to look at, right? So there's a lot of different things with it, right? Because reading into your comment, it sounds like you did not have an enjoyable time, but you think you have this desire to do programming, but maybe you didn't enjoy it the first time, right? And again, I might be just reading into your comment, but again, there's a lot of variety and a lot of things that make things go differently, right? I would say try working on a different type of project. Try working on a different language, right? I mean, so I'm using C# here. I really like C#. But C# is not necessary for everybody, right? A lot of people really like Python and just want to do just Python, right? Whereas I can read Python, but I don't I need to spend some more time doing it for writing. Just learning Python right now, wondering how vocationally using code is. If possible, people just fall in love with it immediately. I know for a fact people just fall in love with it immediately, right? But does that mean you don't fall in love with it immediately? That doesn't mean you can't make, you know, a good and rewarding job out of it. No. All right. I mean, look, I know people who, you know, look, I code not 24/7, but what, probably.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hey there, Dizzy. Thank you for following. You know, I write code, or let me rephrase this, because I don't write as much code for production.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Thank you for following. You know, I mean, I don't write as much code for work anymore, but I mean, I'm doing software development for, you know, 16 to 20 hours a day, right? Or 16 to, well, I guess 14, 16 hours. Because I love it, right? And I've been doing this for a long time, and I love it. But I know plenty of people. I got, you know, people I work with, right? Where, you know, I mean, they're really good at it, but when at the end of the night, you know, when the day, you know, when the work day is done, they're done, all right? So, but it's not to say they enjoy what they do for a job. So there's a lot to it, right? All right. I want to just copy it right there. You know what? Let's do this. Let's not do that. Do it like that. Give me some space in between. Okay, because I was trying to remember what I copied. Okay, so during the stream, or during the build, yeah, there we go. That's what we want. All right. So that should fix that problem. It wasn't really a problem. We just didn't have it. So, I don't like the course doing right now. I'm gonna try a few others and read some books. A Python once I'm done with the course. Yeah, and that's the other thing. I mean, some of it can be just a course, right? So I mentor at Code Louisville, which is a local program here for people learning to program, right? Who've never programmed before, don't have, you know, a whole lot of experience in programming, right? And you know, I've talked to some of the folks, you know, going through the program, and, you know, so I mentor. I'm not teaching, right? Although some of it is teaching. But point being is, you know, some of them have some difficulties with the training material we're using, and you know, I've told them, you know, sometimes it's not just the, you know, sometimes it is just the training material, right? You know, it's not as great as you would want, right? I will say this. Oh, let me test this real quick. So we're gonna do a drop brick. We should see, let's drop 1 brick so far the stream, because again, it restarts, it doesn't keep that number. If we do set project, TaleLearnCode, we're now working on that. And now if we do stats, we now get Chad has dropped 1 brick, 0 oos so far. Oh, okay. I only got the, I need to add more to it. That's what I get for copying and not looking at it. So back to question about the courses, right? Now I will say, and this one you have to pay for, right? But one of the things I really like is Pluralsight. And you know, which Tech with Tim is good, yeah. Oh, I can't type over in that chat window. So it's Pluralsight, right? And you know, it's a Python. Well, number one, they have a 36-hour learning, right? Python, another 10 hours of web scraping, right? Along with course, I mean, so these are paths that they set up here, right? And they're all video based. But then, like, if you look here, like if we go to Python, the big picture, you know, you can get the exercise files. Give you an idea what that would be like. Here, let me look at the one. I got a lot of file windows opened up that I should close. I think Free Code Camp is a good place to start because now Pluralsight is not free. All right, I mean, so it's definitely one thing to think about. It's $30 a month, although they're probably having a sale right now. And you can get yeah. Oh wow, you got 2 hours, you get 40% off. Yeah, exactly. Good for practice. You do get a week if you just sign up, you know, for the trial, which is worth it. Now, I was going to show. You know, we're talking about the exercise files. I mean, to show you what I mean by that. Hold on, I'm trying to get into something here. So, like, I was actually watching some Pluralsight today because I was trying to learn Dapper, which is a mini ORM. And so here's like the exercise files for that course I was listening to. And yeah, so sure enough, I can go in here, like I can see the slides. Yeah, so this is actually the slides that they're using through their video. And apparently PDF just froze up on me. There we go. So yeah, I got the slides, but the really nice part, you know, is the, you know, you've got the code, right? Here, let me actually go up. To include, they have like the before and after, right? So where do they start on that chapter, and what do they have afterwards? And you know, and again, depending on the lesson, you know, I mean, there could be a whole lot more of this. This was actually a pretty simple demo because, you know, the instructor was trying to focus on Dapper itself, right? You know, and not go too deep into it. It's actually a good course. So, all right, so we need to go in here because I didn't put enough in here. During this build, Chad has dropped, and then let's do this. We can copy again. I want this right here is what I want. That way I don't have to type that over again. Back to stats. All right, well, and good luck with your learning. I mean, you know, it can be a fun adventure, that's for sure. All right, so it has drop, blah 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 blah. Okay, during the project, Chad has dropped the bricks and had. Okay, now we run this. Again, we'll set the project to TaleLearnCode, and then we do stats, and now we get During the build, Chad has dropped 0 bricks and had 0 oofs. Well, that's not right. TaleLearnCode. Oh, no, I'm clicking the wrong thing. Refresh, just to be sure. It should be 2 drop bricks. Oh, I know what I did wrong. It's another copy paste error. Yeah, I did this. This should be project tracking dot bricks dropped. Same thing with this. One more try. Here's the tedious part, right? You know, I mean, this is very simple code that I'm getting to work, right? But you know, oh, okay, hold on, I don't have it right. Let me do this change. That project TaleLearnCode, and then stats. There we go. Chad has dropped 2 bricks and had 0 oofs. That's what we're looking for. All right. I'm gonna clear this just so it's clear for the next time. So one other thing, because I mean, I definitely just noticed this. It's right now. It is case sensitive. I do not want it to be case sensitive because I will screw that up. It's one of those things I can already tell you I will screw it up, just like how I accidentally typed that O, you know, capital O. So I think what we're going to do with this is, let's see here. We are going to yeah, it's just a set project. Execute set projects, and any yes, it does. As a matter of fact, I'm just about to use that, because what I'm going to do, yeah, right here, too lower. So I'm just going to save it as lowercase. Oh, I need to do it like that. All right. Yeah. So I'm just going to save it lowercase. Now, sure enough, that means now, granted, these are all test records, so that's fine. But these are, you know, none of these are going to work now. And I'm okay with that, right? Because they're test data anyways. Matter of fact, we can just go ahead and delete those. Okay. So now, really should be the last part of this testing. And again, this is because I saw something as we were running it. But now we're going to say, you know, we'll set project, and you know, do TaleLearnCode. Right. So there, it's set the project, and you know, if we go into here, you'll see it's now all lowercase. You know, we'll drop a brick, and again, that should do that, right? And then now if I set project to, oops, set project Taj Mahal, which is what I'm actually working on right now. Do a drop brick, or here we'll do an oof. Now we see that, and sure enough, we go to refresh. Now we see those. And just to be sure, set project tail learn code. I'm just doing a different casing. Right, we're back on that. It is interesting. It's going to print it like that, but I think that's all right. And then we do stats. But hearing the TaleLearnCode build, it has dropped. That's what I don't like. Because here it's gonna be small case. That's a problem. Let's see here. Oh, is this Harold just answering the, yeah. Yeah, it's pretty simple now. There is this whole culture info, which is important, technically. All right. So what I'm thinking here is, what I don't like is right here, my casing gets screwed up. I mean, I could create I guess maybe I should have a separate command for a create project. It'll take that casing. That way later on, I don't have to have the casing 100% right. Okay, so to do that, we're gonna go here. Whoops. I didn't mean to double click on that. We're gonna leave this row key like it is. Then what we're gonna do is public string. Well, here I'm gonna have project name. And that will be the proper case one. And now when we do this, we're going to say equals to lower. And I keep on forgetting those parentheses. And then we're going to say project name equals project name. Well, who calls this? Called right here. I'll probably have to do that a little bit different. All right, let's start this here. So we're gonna have a public void execute create project on chat command c args command args. All right. I don't care at all about that stream ID. I don't care about it here either. You can get rid of that. Well, I'm not gonna get rid of it just yet. So we're gonna say again, we're gonna check command args command chat message is broadcaster. You know, I wonder if you're the broadcaster, if it automatically says you're the moderator, or if I really have to check for these separately. All right, you know, try something here in a moment. Let's try it with this. Let's see if I can just check for if it's moderator, right? Because right now I'm logged in as a broadcaster, but it'd be nice if that would work. That way, I could simplify my conditionals, right? List the lowest. You think there's single distinctions? Yeah, well, I mean, let's see what happens. All right, so we're gonna do that. If command arguments as list, any, and here's where we're no, we are still going to do that, so let's copy that. To lower. Is it still going to pick up? Yeah, it's still going to pick up that. And then if project tracking is null. Because basically what I'm gonna say is, you know, if we're not gonna create a project that already exists, right? That's what I'm doing there. What I am noticing is I really am basically retyping this out. All right, so now a new project. Yeah, this is really gonna be. So what is the difference here? Yeah, I don't need this method. The set is still going to work fine. Which means we're going to take this out to see what happens. And I'm not going to lower this here. We are gonna take this out and say project. Oops, took too much out. This is gonna be project tracking dot project name. And the red squiggly was just a slow clear than red squiggly. All right, so that actually should do what I was trying to do. There, that's those on this retrieve. This is what I want to do. Get table client. Okay. No, that's getting the table client. Project tracking. Okay, I don't think I have to do anything there. I think that's just going to work because it's going to grab this project name. And what I am going to do, no, just close that. Right here. I'm just going to go ahead and delete these rows. And then let's run this. And I'm going to put a breakpoint. Once I finally click on the right file, I open every file but the one I wanted. We're going to click right here. I don't know why I copied that. Oh, I'm already running this. I was like, oh, let me start it. I don't need to start it. Sorry, I started. All right, so now we're going to say set project TaleLearnCode. Yep, it's false. So in other words, it won't do that. That's kind of interesting. Because like I said, you know, in my thinking, a broadcaster has, you know, a broadcaster is a moderator, right? And that, you know, that's interesting. All right, well, that was quick test to see if we had to do this, you know, that way all the time. Well, okay. There, bot's connected. So now we'll do set project TaleLearnCode. There, we've set that project. Is it true that a broadcaster is a moderator? Well, I would assume. Let me rephrase this. I would assume so. I mean, why would a moderator have power that a broadcaster wouldn't? Because the broadcaster is the one who owns the channel. I mean, I'm making some assumptions here, right? Although, I mean, with that being said, we hit the breakpoint because it was, no matter what, it was going to hit the breakpoint. I was looking at what the value was, and the value was false. The breakpoint was going to hit no matter who hit it. All right, there we go. We see the row key of all broadcasters have moderator abilities on their own stream. They decide who can and cannot. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And again, it also could be the way how Twitch lib. I don't know if that comes from the API. Well, it must be coming from the API. So it must be something that the API considers it different. And I guess it's still out of that validation, but all right. So sure enough, we see the row key is all lowercase, and then we see the project name, you know, has the correct casing. All right. If we do set project Taj Mahal, you know, we should now have that record in here. And, you know, if I do set project, you know, TaleLearnCode, we've got that. Actually, I thought I fixed that piece. Or refresh. I don't want it to rename. Oh, hold on. It's renaming the project name. Oops. Yeah, and it must be. I mean, again, you know, we don't know all their business rules. There must be some reason why they do it like that. Okay, what's... I think the problem is I use this row key too much. Row key. This really should be, this should now be project name. Here, we can copy that. And I don't want to just replace, because number one, there might be somewhere where I do need that, but these. Okay, yeah. Project name, da, 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 da. There. Yeah, see, this is the reason why I'm not, like there, I want to check for the row key. Must be somewhere else, but where's the save method? That should be upstart in the entry. But how in the world did it get this capitals in here? I meant to delete both. All right, so go back in here, run this. set project tail learn code, and there it's correct. TaleLearnCode, correct casing. Set project Taj Mahal. That should all, oops, that should be all correct. Now set project TaleLearnCode. Somewhere it's changing that. Not there. Okay, hold on. I think it's in the set project, but here, if the commands are anything, we're going to retrieve it. And it's arg. All right, let's try something here. Delete both these again. All right, let's put a breakpoint in here. Okay, so we're gonna, let's clear this. Clear. And then we're gonna say set project TaleLearnCode. All right, so it's going to do the retrieval. It's null. Channel name. Ah. Oh wait, no, it should be null this time. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. This is the first time I'm creating it. That was fine there. Okay. Set project Taj Mahal. And again, we're gonna allow it. We're just gonna run through that because it should be null. Now we're going to set project TaleLearnCode, all caps. Now. Yeah, it's still null. So, you know what I bet? Yeah. Too lower. I need to, that's what I was missing. And because on the save, because the row key stays the same, it was gonna, that's the reason I was overriding that. All right, so I think right now this is all correct. So now we run this again. And we say set project TaleLearnCode, all caps. There. And look, it even says it correctly here. Working on the TaleLearnCode project. I should be able to do stats. It should be zeros, but it's got that correct. And that makes me pretty confident. Let me refresh this. Yeah, there we go. All right. So essentially, we've spent 3.5 hours to get back to where we were Wednesday night, but a little bit restructured, a little bit refactoring, and I have something that can work tomorrow because I'll be streaming tomorrow night. I should be streaming tomorrow night, on the BricksWithChad channel. Although I have to do a couple things over an overlay to use these. Well, no, I don't. I have something else I'm working on, you know, to actually display the numbers, not just in the chat, but, you know, on the overlay itself, which we were working on that on Friday, or not Friday, today's Friday. We were working on that on Wednesday. I've been working on some graphics that's not working out well, which is a shame. All right, let's go back into bot, and let's clean all this stuff out. We don't need all this stuff. We can turn the, whoops. We turn the bot timer back on. This out. Yes. Just a little bit of cleanup here. Oops. All right. Let's go ahead and move this. Oh, you know what? No. Yeah, move this to our helper method. You know, get all these methods over in the right place. This needs to be public static. Now here's where I can't just call this method because I changed the I have we show the display name first. All right. And we should be able to do this one too. Print message to console. Oh, this one we've already moved over. We just didn't. And now we'll say console helper. There should be, I think, 2 more references that have to be cleaned up. Just like that. Okay, there we go. Now we're down to here. Well, let's go ahead and fix these so that bot timer total. There we go, just fixing the casing there. I'm gonna leave that comment here. That's just so I remember where I got my token. Those are all the commands. Okay, that's the ones there, and then yeah, this will still belong here. I mean, this, you know. This is a water reminder interval. Really, that being here, that, you know, it's not gonna make sense to write a whole class just to do a water reminder. Well, doesn't make sense now, but it's going to later on. So that's actually, no, even then, because I was thinking eventually I'm gonna have it do some, like, show something on the overlay, but it's still gonna be the same. It's still gonna be the same way as that. All right, it's gonna be like one line added. That's what I'm trying to say. But I am going to, well, we'll leave that the same too. All right. All right, let's go ahead and check that in. I'm not gonna. We'll go a little bit longer, not too much longer. Like I say, I do have to get up early in the morning. I have an oil change tomorrow at 8:30. I don't know why I take the first appointment in the morning. That's kind of silly of me. Well, I know why I do it, so I get it over with and get on with my day. Of course, it's kind of funny. The car has 4,500 miles on it, right? It almost seems silly to get oil change because I don't drive. Well, not silly, but I mean, I go in there and well, my wife's car only has like 5,600 miles on it, and it's a year old, and they were like, when I took it in the other week, they were kind of like, "Oh, is this the first time he's getting service?" I'm like, no, second. It's every 6 months. All right. Oh, I was gonna check this code in. That's what I'm doing. So this is refactored the counter commands. That's a good enough description. Yes, save all that. All right. So Ryan, yeah, thanks for watching. Sure enough, that reminds me, this weekend I will be also sending out those stickers. I have not sent them out yet, but I will be doing that this weekend. I did get John's t-shirt ordered, because I had to get that done by the day so that he would get it before Christmas. But I do need to send out stickers. But yeah, have an awesome evening, and hopefully we'll see you Monday on this channel. Let's look at these commands we were talking about, and let's look. Let's look at like these custom ones, because these are kind of more the easier ones to look at, right? So let's do a shout out, right? Because actually some of these I don't need. Well, here, let's actually do project real quick, because no, let's not do project real quick. Let's do shout out. We're gonna add, not add there. We're gonna add a class shout out into the commands. Now this is probably just gonna be a static class, because then there's probably just gonna be this public static void execute. So something pretty nice, simple. And that was, I need this right here. Oops. And we need that using statement in here. And then, oh. I know why I can't make these static, which then really makes me wonder about this, about moving them all out to all the classes. That's newing up a whole lot of stuff. Yeah, that's fine. All right, so yeah, this can't be static, because we need that Twitch client. Constructor, it's a public shout out Twitch client. I am noticing. Yeah, I think we're gonna do something. Well, probably abstract some of this stuff. You know, so I'm not having to write code over and over and over. So this will just be Twitch client equals Twitch client, and then on here, let me go back into stream elements. Go to custom, go to my shout out, and yeah, here's what I want right here. I want that right there. You know what? Probably I'm thinking about, because like, look right here, it says like minimum, right? So they look at it that way, right? Maybe that's why I was thinking that it should have been that way. All right. So then here we're gonna, you know, we're gonna do if command args dot command dot, what was it? It's chat message dot is broadcaster, or command args dot command dot chat message is moderator. I think we can encapsulate this logic too here. And then this is just going to do here. Let me paste that there. We're going to do send message. That's what it was. We're going to say send Twitch client dot send message. Twitch client, not Twitch, not the settings dot channel name, and then our message. So we're going to say be sure to check out, and then this will be command args dot, what was it? It's oh, we should check that there's arguments. Command arguments. You know, we're just going to take the first one. I don't care if you pass in more stuff. To check out them at, and it'll be HTTPS twitch.tv and command args dot command, whoops, command args dot command dot arguments as list 0. All right, it should be just like that. This should be pretty easy, actually. That's why I said we could at least do one more command before we sign off for the night. So now if we go back to the bot class, and now here we're going to private shout out. And on our connect, shout out, new shout out Twitch client. And on our command received, case, whoops, so And then we'll do counters, not counters. Shout out dot execute with the break. Okay. And then yeah. So that really should be it. Now we're going to see all these project reminders because I turned the timer back on. Probably should set that. You know what? That's, hold on. Before we go any further, I need to, because again, this is in the same settings that all my critical stuff are at. So this needs to change my timer to be every minute instead of every second. Now, let's try this again. All right, so now we've got that connected. Just got to clear this. And I should use, move this a little bit. Whoops. We'll do code with Sean. And there we go. Be sure to check out Code with Sean at twitch.tv Code with Sean. There we go. That was easy enough. That's a pretty easy one to do. So with this, okay, what I want to do, we're going to have first, you got to shout out on a channel no one's watching right now, but yeah. Yeah, and actually, it makes me think about, one of the things I'd like to do, kind of like you see, like C# Fritz, right? So he has, Jeff's got the thing that if like another live coder comes in. Now, grant you, wouldn't be the case on the BricksWIthChad channel, but that'd be something nice to do here, right? If a live coder comes in here, hey, be sure to check them out, right? Do a shout out. Although I gotta admit, with that, never mind what I was gonna say. All right, let's go ahead and abstract this a little bit before we check that in. So let's have a, whoops, hit enter by accident. We're gonna call this command. Yes. So we're gonna have this class command, and it's gonna be a public abstract class command. And we're gonna go in here, copy this, make this protected. Change that there. Whoops. And at least for right now, that's all I need to do. All right. Maybe eventually there might be some other common stuff. All right. But now I can go in here to the shout out, and we can now command get that out. Actually, we can just take that out. That's right. Still have to declare the constructor. But you do it like this. Base, switch command, or switch client. And normally what I do when I do like these things, that, you know, when I have an abstract class, well, this is inheriting from an abstract class, and I'm not actually doing anything outside of what the base class is doing. I normally just move my parentheses, or my brackets up there. I just find it a little bit cleaner. To me, it tells me right away that I'm not doing anything extra, right? I think it gives a visual clue to that. Then we're gonna do the same thing to this one. So again, this will be command. Take that out. And then in base switch client. That out. Build. Just to be sure. There we go. So that all works. And again, that's just you know, I was able to take a little bit of code out, not a whole lot. But I might eventually find something to make some things easier, right? Because like, here's like one of the things I'm thinking about, like this whole send message stuff, right? I kind of try to think of a, you know, well, I already can think of something that will make this easier. So sure enough, let's do this. I have a protected send for, let's do really want to, well, we'll just call it send message. Send message string message, and basically we're going to take this. I don't know why I did that. We're just gonna do it like this. Oh, not in here. That won't work very well. In here. And then this will be Twitch client settings dot channel name message. Send message, and this needs to be a void. And then, you know, on here you just do like that, take out the channel name. Again, actually adds to the readability of this, right? Because I don't need the extra stuff of the channel name every time, right? Because we don't really need that information in there, right? It's just easier. Let's do the same thing on here. So find send message, right? And then that, take that out, and copy that. That. I think there's one more in here. It really could have. There's a couple more in here. Oh no! Now we're back to the end. All right, so that again just makes it a little more readable, right? Think of something else. Oh, okay. Yeah, the other thing I want to do. Let's do back on command. And notice I made this protected, right? So for those that are new to all this, right? This protected, you know, I mean, so that basically means it can only be called by the classes, you know, so shoutout can call that, right? Because shoutout has that, or it's inheriting from command, but like bot couldn't use it, right? So that's what that protected does. Kind of like an extension on private, right? I mean, you know, private is private to the class, or protected is protected to the class and to anything implementing the class. All right. Now what I want to do, I want to have a protected Boolean And what we're going to do is moderator or above. We'll call it broadcaster. All right. And then this is going to send in, it's this, I think we're sending this, I think we're sending a chat message. And then we're going to say return, chat message. Using, and then we're going to say return chat message is broadcaster, or chat message is moderator. And then we can, in here, say if is moderator broadcaster, and then it's going to be command args dot command dot chat message. It's just like that. Again, just make it a little bit easier. All right. I really kind of debated the name, right? It was really my thought is a moderator or a broadcaster is a moderator. You know what? Let's actually rename this. Let's call this chatter has moderator rights. It's actually kind of like that name better. All right. And then here we'll go on to that. The counters. Okay, so we'll say that, and we'll replace that with, oh, not that. It's tall enough to ride, yeah. This is this message. I didn't mean that I copied more than I meant to. And then this is going to be command args dot command dot chat message. Place all those. Okay. Again. All right. Do a quick validation. And really all we've been doing is just some refactoring. But even with just some refactoring, we should test. All right. So, and we'll start off with the shout out TaleLearnCode. There we go. That works. We should do, actually, just to be sure, the link works. Yeah. Love it. I'm getting an ad for my own channel. It's not the BricksWIthChad channel, but you know, we're going to set project TaleLearnCode. I'm purposely doing multiple types in there. We're now working on the TaleLearnCode project. You know, we should be able to do drop brick. We should be able to do oof. We should be able to say set project X-Wing. Now we should be able to say drop brick. Go back to set project tail learn code and do stats. Cool. That's what we're looking for. All right. All right, now I think it's time to, I think that's a good wrapping up point. I do want to kind of think of some better ways to handle some of this, especially when I look at like some of these. I mean, these are just going to be passing links. All right, like, well, some of these we won't really have, like Lou Azure, Lou.net. Actually, I tell you, like this Lou Azure, Lou.net, that really is for me. That's not really for anybody else. I mean, that's just so I can go in here, and quickly type in the command. But would actually be better with that. Now I'm gonna probably implement the commands first. But probably what would be nice is if I had, a Stream Deck plugin that did that for me, right? Would just send that message up for me. Cool. Well, let's quickly check this in. Added the shout out command. That in there. And who is online? Awesome, thank you. Let's see who we've got on here. I like it. Racing crashing. Yeah, the problem about Friday evenings, it's a lot. Well, we got someone doing Advent code. Always have Mr. Callow creation. Aaron, I did see you sign up. Got another anyway, let's see this person real quick. Like, what are they working on?
Hot Pockets wants to help you cheer on your favorite stream.
I was wondering if they're working on like C#. What language are they working on? It's Python. Well, Python's interesting, but you know what? Let's go have some fun. Let's go to Callow creation. No, you know what? No. Let's go to someone different. Of course, I got to get into a chat that I can type in, because I'm having so many problems tonight. Raid. Why is that not? Well, I can't seem to. Let's try here. I'm having the hardest time with my chat tonight. Kind of funny with figuring I'm working on Callow creation. Yeah, well, that is kind of funny thing about he is lurking all the time. There we go. There, my button light up. All right, everyone. Which I kind of did a little bit too quickly.